this computer and hope that doesn't just choke my poor little machine out. Go back to sharing my screen here. So I just want to get everything up and online, and then we'll figure out what we actually need to do inside of the application suite, what we have to do to the database, what we have to do in terms of configuring things, what we have to do to actually migrate things across, and how we can do this without having, the ability to necessarily run the commands inside of the operational container. Do either of you from package have any preemptive links that would be useful for us?
Yep, I can get one.
What I'm probably looking for first is a sample of what the config changes look like, and what, if any, database configuration also needs to be added to other components outside of the registry. I don't know if any of it does.
So the second link that I shared is the registry configuration documentation. So if you open that and search for database, I could have linked the proper anchor, but it's the database section. You will see all options that we need to support right now. And you'll see the documentation for each one of the parameters. And this is only for the registry, so there is no need to update anything in GitLab Rails. Anywhere else, it's self-contained within the registry, and the registry is the only component with access to the database.
Okay.
And nothing changed for the outside, so no one will actually be able to tell if the registry is running backed by a database or not. Probably the only difference that they will notice is that with a database, it will be much faster to serve most of the API requests, but other than that, it's transparent.
Okay. So when I'm looking at the sample blob here in the doc, I'm also seeing a migration key. Is that going to be something that's important later on?
Yeah, so this is a section that we intend to use for all settings related with data migration, not database migrations, but data migration from an existing registry to a new one. So all settings will be placed within this section, which is temporary and will go away when we are done with migrations.
Okay, so I need to create a database.
Yeah, if you go to the first link that I shared, we also have some documentation on the
Yeah, I don't see anything specific.
Within the database migrations, there is a section to create a database. There is nothing special about it. It's just a normal create database on Postgres, nothing else.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's actually more like me trying to remember what the incantation is here so that I can log in as the right user so that I can like, right. I remember where they stuck the secrets off the top of my head. And that's what my brain is trying to remember. So that's where the data is, right? There it is. I don't know. This is just internal recording and it's a junk environment anyways. So I'm not too worried. I'll just wait a cat for a second. About to have a cat fight off screen. I figured I could stop that before it started. Entertaining, maybe, but okay. It's just straight up create database. Okay. Now you have this document as registry dev. Does it really matter just as long as I supply it the right name?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Your documentation specifically has registry dev. That looks like it's just a naming suggestion. In this case, I can just call it registry.
Yeah, any tag, just as long as you know what it is.
Okay. Now, I'm going to actually create a separate user for this. Well, we will want to create a separate user that owns the separate database in the future. Right now, I'm just going to cheat and use this one. I can't cat that from inside of PostgreSQL. It'll look at me funny. Who remembers how to PostgreSQL chown a database? Here we go. Okay, so that now actually has a database. So with that in mind, should be able to come over to the config map and populate. You have this documented as really, I can just place it anywhere. It's a top level key.
Yep.
We're gonna have to have fun with that one. I can't, registry does not support up and reload the config, does it? I didn't think so.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to do a full reconfig and then redeploy and get the container to function. Let's see here. I'm going to pull the database bits out of the web services. Map split right. We actually have this whole thing separated out, of course. And you have host user port. Okay. I can grab a chunk of this, do some mild renaming. Database DB name. Do I care about any of the rest right now? Scheme, is that the database name?
No, is the schema which defaults to public. So you can leave that.
It says it's required.
Right, that's right. Yeah, just use public.
Okay, I think SSL mode. Don't need any of the other settings.
Nope.
I believe this comes from higher up. Let me go find where this is defined. Wow, I can type today. Yep, that's set high enough. I don't have to worry about that one. Let's double check the same goes with. That is too high, which is not a big deal. We can deal with that. Let's see. Actually, registry container. Let's pop a shell in here. Nope. Okay, so we already have hitch number one. Your password has to be in your config map, and you have no way of reading that content in outside of being in the config map. So we have to find a way to inject the secret content in. Now, we already have a methodology like this. We just have to include this functionality into how this gets populated.
Is it something similar to how it is done for the secrets for the bucket, for
Yes.
example? Yeah.
So like how we have this injection with the, where are you hidden away at? Let me pull the deployment up. Inside of the deployment, we have an init container that then calls the script. The script is mounted, and I don't think we have the, yep, here we are. This script is actually what gets included here. So we're going to have this script basically inject the contents of the secret if the database is actually enabled. So we'll have to write this as well because we can't directly put the password in. Now, there's nothing else here that is actually super secret. It's literally just the password that needs to be included. I think I can safely use quoted values here. I mean, it is YAML, so
Yeah, it's YAML. Yeah.
Should be able to get around the quoted URL encoded problems of passwords. So there's that. Let's go over here to the values file. We're going to have to add a block here. And the way we detect whether something is enabled in this particular case is going to literally be if the secret is mounted for the password file, then it must be enabled. Go put it in place. We have this hidden off in, yep. Yep, thanks code. I don't need you to be any more helpful. Go away. Good news is we can literally just take this directly in and we're good. So we just can grab this right off the top. Right to the values. Oh, that's doing it inline there. So actually what we can just do is inline that directly. So that should, in theory, should that exist mounted in the container, write it into that before it passes it onto the actual operational container. Okay, so we're gonna go to the bottom. We don't have PostgreSQL in here yet. For now, we're literally just gonna let it have the same user. So do we have globals in here? Here we are. Then we have everything else will just come from above for now. we'll have to deal with the other settings in regards to SSL and prepared statements during timeout later. Let's see here, schema. That's one that we're going to have to care about. Name. That much we're going to have to be a little careful of later. For now, that in theory should be the base of what we need. Back to the deployment. We still have this one. No, we took that one away. Let me go check where that's defined. Over here, thank you. It's also in GitLab. So that's up a tree. Go see what this is. Oh, the zoom bar is in the way. That's why I can't click on anything. Templates. Postgres. Okay, this would actually put it in a different path. So we'll add one in here. Storage profiling ends. Okay. Just grab this whole chunk here. Go into our actual helpers over here. Over here, thank you. Don't need to worry about that. Take that chunk off. And we can just put that at here. Did we do anything else? Nope. Okay. Like I said, we're going to deal with the SSL later. We just need to get it far enough along to actually be able to start first. Okay, so there's that. What do I have that? Just database? Yeah. Deployments. If that is a database. Yes, I know I typed. Go, so that should, in theory, turn that on if I tell it to. So build. Do I have a registry directory already? Nope. Dir. me try the syntax right. Fig map. That's good. That's good. That should be fine. Change this over to match the appropriate value quick. Should be all I need. Template dot. Hopefully I haven't broken anything, but we're about to find out. Okay, that ran. That's good. So I want registry templates. Config map. So here is our added snippet for the database. That looks good there. And then we'll come down to database. True. I need to change that. Forgot about that. We'll find ourselves the deployment. Okay. I need to actually inject that secret mounts into both sets of containers. It's got to be in the init container and this container. So we have registry config, and this is the server config on the way out. So as long as I have it defined in the registry secrets volume, we should be okay. Registry server config. Yep, there it is. It's defined in registry secrets and it showed up. So what I do need to do is actually template the registry name. Where we go. This way, if nobody specifies it, it will just try to use the default GitLab one for the purpose of its testing. We don't want to do that in actual production. Okay, try that again. Fig map down here. True, registry, GitLab, password file. All right. Upgrade reg. B. I can take the rest of these arguments. Pull up my K9S. Gesundheit.
Thanks.
All right, it seems to have fired up.
Which is weird because we haven't applied database migrations, so I believe it should have stopped.
The database isn't, it would have said something like, hey, you're using the database, don't use this in production.
Here we are. Must have gaffed something, because that definitely had an error. There's your warning that you were talking about. So that's something that Mitch will need to add to the notes to say when you actually try to deploy the chart, the return note say warning experimental feature.
Yeah, I'm going to open an issue for that panic because it shouldn't be a panic. It should just be an error and a clean exit.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and check this. Now I am currently running 300 apparently. Is that the correct version I should be checking?
Yeah, that's the latest released.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there weren't changes I was missing somewhere along the line. That's all. Okay, so I'm going to delete that pod and then try to get it to tell me what the contents of that configuration file are before it dies. Why don't I do it? Registry. Edit this. I'm going to do the thing you should never do. I'm configured to use MinIO, so my keys are transient. But now I can go back to the pods, and because I've updated the config map to spit out the configuration, we can inspect from the logs what actually happened. Like, did it have a problem with the password? Is the format wrong? Did it not actually populate the content? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why it blew up. Oops. Let's find out what we did. So we typoed something. We have quote at db_password file at, and in the configuration script, apparently I am now Slytherin with parcel tongue. So now that we know that's a super easy fix, let's just go edit that particular character.
Password.
We should still expect a failure since there's not been migrations applied,
Ooh, that's interesting.
but not that failure.
This is why. You see the gaff? I can tell you the password doesn't actually have the @ symbols at the end. So somehow it didn't remove them. It did for the access and secret keys, but it did not for the password. Did I gaff something here? I'll bet you that I'm staring at the fact that I didn't put the @ symbols there. Yeah. Again, Thankfully, super easy fix. So we'll go. Go watch the logs of this one, turn wrap on. There you go. And then there's your fatality you were talking about, the database. So the only problem is in Kubernetes, unless you have something that goes and does that, you're going to have anywhere between 1 and 10 of these things just doing this constantly, right? Because it's going to come up, scan at the database, realize that nothing is there, and then scream at us. So this becomes the question of where do we run this command? Can't hear you.
I just said the cloud.
The cloud. The cloud. There's a lot of those outside right now. It's pretty bright, but that's because it's all white everywhere. Let's see. So the way in which we do most of the database related migrations for everything else is there's actually a migrations pod that will go and run the migrations. Prefect, I'm using this as an example because they have it built in. They will actually run the migrations at start. But again, Prefect doesn't behave the way the registry does because it operates as a stateful set. So it only ever starts one container at a time. Whereas the registry will restart anywhere between 1 and 30 at a time. And that's where the race happens. So the question is, should we have a container or even this container before the actual operational registry runs, attempt to run migrations?
It looks like it's a good idea because migrations are embedded there, so we can just use one of the pods to run the database migrations.
Okay. I'm going to bet we don't have this in Task Runner. Nope. Okay. The Task Runner is the quintessential equivalent of being able to run GitLab Rails or GitLab Control. So really what I need is like a one-off pod that's running the registry container with all of the configuration, but at the same time, I need to make sure that that doesn't try to start the registry serve. Containers. And the default is serve, right? For the registry.
Yeah.
Does that container have BusyBox or?
I think it's all fine.
Okay. This is not the way to do it, by the way.
Yeah, it's built with the whatever CNG base Go image is, I think.
Okay. Oh, because I need to put it into a sleep so I can jump into it after it's actually operational. Right. let's see. How do we do this in the task runner pod? It's like while true sleep 1000 or something like that. Something crazy.
You can sleep infinity too, sometimes. Let me check.
There. So we do shell -c and then that. Okay. Okay, and then I need registry.
Database. That migrate, yeah.
It should have a config, the config path passed to it.
Okay, so argument -config.
No, it's a positional argument. It should just go at the end.
Oh, it goes at the end. Okay.
Yeah.
The health checks failed, by the way. So I only had so much time to run the command, no less, because I didn't edit the health checks. Docker registry config.
Needs to be Postgres 12.
Oh yeah, because we are using partitioning.
Let me fix that. Yes.
I may have seen that error before and spent longer to figure that out.
Yep. Okay. Need to make sure I was passing the right argument. Okay, so I need Postgres 12. I need that. And then I need to manually jump in or have a method to jump in and actually run that command. Fun. Okay. I could run a second init container and have it just do that at every single startup. That will prove this out. It's not the right way to do it in the end, because then we're trying to run migrations on every single pod start, which gets us into that race condition as we described before. But that's kind of I can do that quick and try it. Init containers, error. I can grab all of configure. Now, init containers happen in defined order. So I know that the configuration will run and then migrations will run in that specific order. Whereas if I have something, it's what's called a sidecar pattern, whereas you're running something beside the operational container, they start at the same time.
There is a typo there in the name.
And I actually don't need secrets at all because the config is all I need because it's now been populated. Okay, and I'll have it run a script also out of the values file. That makes it easy for us to do this. Database migrations up. Docker registry config.yaml. There. I'm just going to run a status and then that so that we can save time. Is there a difference in return code if the status is anything but all of them are up?
That's a good question. I'll have to look out.
The reason I ask is it would be able for us, it would save us the time of even attempting the migrations in the event that all of them are up or all of them that it knows about are up.
Yeah, it's always a success, regardless of the status, but we can change that.
Okay.
What would be ideal? What do you think it would be the ideal?
I don't know exactly. I haven't really put too much thought on it. It's more like I'm thinking of ways to prevent us from even needing to make the call. If the migrations already has the normal pattern of check it, if I'm good, just move on, then this may not necessarily be a thing. I'm just, spitballing things as I do this.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it, but I don't think there's an efficiency gain from doing it that way. I think that is kind of what up does, is it just takes the step if it needs to at the end.
That's
Okay. Okay, so I need to add to the server config. Actually, you know what? I do that. No, I don't. I can put it in the server config. So here's the secrets. Yeah, okay, yeah, we do want that there. So I'll just grab that outright. This way I don't have to alter anything else right now in terms of making sure that I'm adding the actual amount of the script that we just did. So now I should be able to run config migrations script. Well, that says script. And that's configure. I don't see a change in this mount. Where are we getting configure from? Oh, almost missed something. So I can do that. You have to have the content of your script in the config map to be able to mount it. Whoops. Okay. Now we can tell it to run migrations. Okay, now we should be in a happy spot. Okay. Upgrade. Nope. just take the whole thing down and then delete the PVC because I have to get rid of the old database state. Okay. Install reg.
Do we need to make sure only one pod comes up because of those race conditions, or is it okay right now?
Perfect example of let's see what happens if we
Yeah.
do hit it with 2 pods trying to start at once. If we do, then we know right away that's a problem. So one thing in regards to the notes that we have on the issue is I don't see any way to run these without actually popping into a registry, which is somewhat counter to the way that admins currently expect to interact with the application suite, or at least as deployed by our Helm chart. They don't directly run commands on the registry binary or on any binary. You don't go into the web service container and then run Rails because that's actually serving application. We have the task runner. So if you want to do get a Rails console or do a task runner or run a rake command, that all happens inside of that container. We may have to find/document the way that we want to do this for the registry and or include the registry binary and configuration inside of the task runner. So so that we have that administrative interface so that people can pop in and look at what's going on with the database, where its migration states are, if everything's happy, anything like that. Okay, why are we getting crash loop back off? I haven't made the database yet.
Did you need to own the database as GitLab?
Because I created it from the GitLab user, I shouldn't.
Are you
have
logged
that
in as
problem.
GitLab? Okay.
Yeah. I thought I was able to just pop in and run the registry binary before, but
Do you need the full path to the binary?
apparently I may. I'm mildly surprised that it complained that it didn't have it.
What image is used for the init container?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That makes a whole lot of sense. Whoops. BusyBox is not going to have the registry binary in it. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner.
We'll open an issue upstream. Fix that.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't think Alpine's going to be like, yeah, let's just package BusyBox with the registry binary from GitLab. It'd be like, what? I mean, that'd be one way to make sure we're disseminating, but all right. Migrate. Apparently, I didn't send the right command. Oh, because I did migrations instead of migrate. That. Okay. Whoops. We'll have fun playing with database import in a bit. These are the old ones. Apparently, I typed that wrong. Where did that end up? Is it config.yml instead of config.yaml?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's not even in there. It's in the config map. Consistency, what does that matter? Let's see, where does that mount to? Deployments, etc. Docker, registry, and our script populates, etc. Docker, registry. We're trying to get config.yaml and with this config.yml. We have it typed here. Registry config YAML, and then the one we have is mount path to registry. Oh. Because we're not at the same mount path as the operational container. See, registry server config here is etc. Docker registry, but in here it's just registry. Hence, oops. Now that path will actually exist. Okay, I'm looking through the issue I have on the calendar item and then going through the expected outcomes that are present. In regards to the container, I don't see any additional dependencies in terms of compilation. I do see that we need to have a functional database for it to function. So we need to have access to a server. There has to be an appropriately configured database, and someone has to have actually populated said database with the expected structure. Runtime dependencies, that's obviously that connection and that database. Additional configuration and network access, that's fairly straightforward at this point. We need to be able to configure the necessary bits of that. And the registry binary needs to be able to reach wherever that server is over the network. Otherwise, I don't think anything else changes. In regards to the registry chart, we need to have the change to the configuration script so that it's actually populating the password in, because there's no method to read secrets from files. And we know that we can just inject it right into the actual secrets mount as the part of the configure script. The requirements on the database is the one that we need to figure out, which is the actual automation for ensuring that that state is correct and that the migrations are populated and are up to date to match. That's the piece that we're going to have to sort out. And then again, the question here of like, where do we have this functionality or insert this functionality so that people have the ability to get in and run the necessary commands on the registry itself. I do have a comment here in regards to the task runner on whether or not we're going to put this into that as that interface, and then what needs to be placed into there. As a general rule, if we put things into that one, that container has access to just about everything anyways. So it's just a matter of adding in the necessary config population and making sure that what's in the registry gets populated also into the task runner chart.
Would that build the registry binary? Do we do already something like that for that runner?
We wouldn't build the registry binary again. We would actually just incorporate it from the image. So we would take the GitLab container registry image out of the CNG. We would add a step in the task manager or task runner container creation that would actually copy the binary in. There'd be no point for us to build it twice. It would be problematic. Okay, which of these do I want? Desired current dirt. Okay, that's now behaving right. Pods. I have 2 functional pods now. Okay, so F8D ran the migrations, and this one, which was a couple of seconds, apparently also said migrations. Hence the confusion of what just happened. Okay, let's go over here. App equals registry. And let that run, and then we're going to flip back, go to the pods. Okay, so we're pulling only the default container. We're not pulling the logs from the migrations init container. Huh. I guess I've never actually tried to use Stern to read from those containers. Okay, that doesn't work to get init container logs. Note to self. Okay. That one did not try to run migrations. Interesting. So I'm going to go do what you're not supposed to do, and then we're going to go see what happens when we really restart from scratch again.
Doesn't it normally get mad when there's active connections to the database?
Yeah, it does normally.
We don't keep the connections open. We just fetch a connection whenever there is a request.
Apparently that, here we go, this one ran it. Okay, so this is the output of migrations. Status, Mitch. So this is saying these are all the migrations I know about, and you can see that the applied is not set. So, and then it turns around and runs that. Whereas this one, you'll see that it has timestamps. I don't have one on the last item. My guess is that this came up while the first one was in the middle of running it. So it's a case of now we can see that it's entirely possible for them to come up and not be entirely settled. And this one says, oh, no, everybody was done by the time I got here. We're good. So that's, we didn't hit it, but you can see you could run across a scenario where you have more than one container trying to actually operationally run the migrations at the same time. Just due to too many of them starting at once. Okay, but at least we can manage to see this functions. Let me grab a giant white screen. Sorry about the eyes. Give myself a new project. Initialize public.
So only your Chrome window is flickering now.
There, how's that? So apparently it's Chrome on the window that, because it's hardware accelerated rendering, is probably messing with the compositor, causing the flicker. Okay, fun.
Yeah, and then your terminal window becomes non-transparent anymore.
Right, because I turned off compositing.
Yeah.
All right, now data registry. Pull alpine. Don't really want to build. I just need to tag. So tag. Copy that for a second. look at that, login succeeded already. You never know, I keep that secret around so I don't have to fight with it. Okay, so I should be able to Docker push. The 1.9 just tag. Okay, so we have a functional and existing container there now. Anything particular in here that I should care about?
No errors, just that.
Just that it works. Yeah, because you can see there's the auth into the repo and then me uploading the manifest. Okay, so what should be tried here then also is to run this without the database, still leave it with Postgres 12, run it with the database configuration off, right? So the registry is running in that fashion, upload a different container, and then turn the database back on, and then try to import that. Right, to migrate from the file system to the database. Is I need to have one in place on the traditional method, and then migrate that forward into the database. Correct?
Yeah, but are you thinking about integrating the import command right now?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
A
because we are
change
like
of data location has to be a manual step.
Yeah, because we will likely only use the import tool as a service, and not really as a separate CLI. It works for small registries if people want to use that to do the imports, but at least for now and at least for GitLab.com, we will need a separate service running that tool continuously to move the data. So I don't think we will need support in chart for that, in the registry chart, that is.
Right. In the end, it doesn't matter. Altering data location like that, you have to do that as an operational manual step. So, yeah, I mean, we will need to document how to generate a pod that has the capability of doing that. But it'll probably be wherever we put this administrative container behavior, right? If we do it in the task runner, then we can tell people how to do that, or how to generate a cron job that does batches at a time, right? Something that can trigger that kind of behavior moving forward. Okay, so
Yeah, and just small registries in this case are like up to 10, 15 terabytes because our perspective is kind of off at this point.
I'm not going to push that yet because I have to reconfigure it without the database. Let's come back here, and I'm going to set GitLab registry database. Oh, it's not GitLab registry. It's just registry.database enabled false. And then they'll rerun the deploy, and it will come up this time. The registry won't have database configured at all, which should prove really interesting on what exactly does or does not exist for the ASDF image.
If you want to play around with this, we have a little seed script in the under our documentation, docs GitLab scripts seed.sh, and that should generate some decent container images just to test out data transfer, garbage collection, stuff like that. They're just made to make unique layers.
Okay. I won't be able to use this one though, because I won't operate on localhost. Like, The only way that would work is if I literally injected this into the contents of this into the registry container and then operated it, because localhost isn't seen by me. Ooh, and it crashed back up because I still have functions in there that are trying to do something probably. Yep. Probably helps if I remember to only try and run migrations when the database is on. Otherwise, it could get a little weird. Oops. Let's try that again. Okay, that time it came up. Good. I don't think I've seen that message before.
It's a cross-repository blob mount because you have visibility into the other repository. You have write access to it, I should say, actually.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen the message. It was like, oh, how about that?
Yeah, it's to make users freak out. We'll get an issue occasionally with that.
Okay, well, this still sees it. I don't know if I'll actually be able to pull it or not, but it sees it. Cleanup disabled. Okay, well, there's that. Back to administrator. Here. Make sure everything's happy and showing. Yep. Okay, so now we'll go redeploy it with it enabled again. I guess I could have pulled a different version of Alpine and pushed that, but up with the database. So I actually am going to have to go into one of those containers. Oh, that works. Not what I wanted, but it worked. There we go. And there's the I was normal is the only one it tries to pull in. It's interesting. It said it tried to pull in ASDF, but it already had it in the database.
Yeah, it has to look at everything. That's just how the file system works. Is you can only get the full fire hose of information.
Right. That's fine. I was just I was confused on what was going on there. So are we still writing the file system even though we're doing it in the database? Just not then not relying on the file system?
Yeah, there's like a mirror FS in the migration stanza. I think away from me, but yeah, but by default we are mirroring to the file system as we write to the database, just in case there is something that really goes wrong. We have a way to just like get all the kids out of the pool, move back to the file system, at least until we are more burned in time with the database.
I'm just trying to understand what the state is, so that's good to know. That means we don't have to make sure we have an export function that works inside of the Cloud Native right away. So I was like, what? Okay, so you can specify an individual one and require empty database. Okay, so these are probably things people are going to want to know. We'll want to have documented pretty well, which I'll be fair, I haven't gone and read it yet. So, daily bulbs. Yep. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this without the dry run. And I'm going to, for the giggles of it, try administrator. Apparently I typoed something again. Oh, because it's just root, not administrator. Because it's my actual username, not my printed one. That figures. Okay. And the UI has no idea of the difference, so that's good. Mitch, anything come up in your mind yet?
No, I was just going to mention that I did see a log message earlier that it says tag already present in database. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. So the good news is it looks like you can really just flip the database on or off without too much of an issue. Like this is us testing it out. Yes, I know that Joao and Ayla, you already know this, but we don't. So now we know it's not going to break anything if somebody turns it on and then turns it back off again. So per design.
Yeah, we tried to make it somewhat resilient. We figured it was an important feature.
Okay, so at this point, going back to the outcome points, network policy wise, we need to note that if you do network policy, you need to make sure you have egress to the database, because otherwise it's going to be a bit of a problem. The only runtime dependencies is the database in the right place. And by right place, I mean present and populated. In terms of the chart, we know now what needs to be done. The biggest trick is that we need to figure out if we assume that this database will be owned by the GitLab user, or if it will be separately owned and operated, and how that will be done. The good news is that the charts already have the functionality to delineate that difference. You can point it at the same server and just tell it a different username and a different secret, and it'll be happy. So we'll probably end up with the names being slightly different. It's not the window I wanted to move, this window. Where we have in the values DB name, this may end up for us being values. Here we are. It may end up being the full word database. And I can understand why you didn't want database.database. That would be confusing. But the way in which we template it in for where that setting comes from is everywhere else it's coming from psql.database. So for the sake of the chart, what we may end up doing is having the property there be the same name, annoying as that might be, and then pulling that in as a part of our template behaviors. Yes, I know that's uncomfortable to think about, but we'll make it work, is the point. Yeah, but don't worry. I can give you more headaches if you want to see the problems I was facing last night. So that's really the only thing I think is that's distinctively different. Yeah, user, password, like the rendered names to the application won't be any different. It's just that the properties and the way we populate them in may be different from the configuration perspective at the user.
Yeah, it makes sense to make it more consistent for users.
Okay, so enabled will be a straight flag. Host and port, we use host and port in the same fashion. TLS, it's not shown here, but we have the SSL configuration options over in, here we are, psql.ssl. You can provide all of these things. We actually have an open ticket to make this configurable or more configurable. Right now, you either have it on and populate the certs, or you have it off. It met needs at the time, and we didn't think far enough ahead, but it's an easy fix in the future. So the next question after this, now that we know that we can get it up, we can get it running, and there's very little real world modification that needs to be done, we need to figure out the right way to run migrations and where to run them at. So normally you would expect to only ever run one copy of the migrations, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So the way we do migrations is there is a job that's generated, and that job generates this pod. And this is basically sitting inside of the same task runner container. So if we put the registry binary and its configuration into the task runner container, we can do the same kind of migration as a part of this job here. We would have a script such as db migrate, but then we would have a different script that was like registry db migrate that would only fire in the event that the registry's database was turned on. So most people who are deploying the Helm chart and just doing Helm upgrade, they do that, and the shared secrets job fires to make sure that all of their secrets are in play and created. And then after that job fires, everything gets deployed, and then this fires up. Now, what this job does is go and actually wait for the Postgres and Redis to be up and reachable, and then proceeds to very shortly thereafter turn around and run the migrations if they're deemed necessary. The registry container, we would need to add something in there similar to what we have for web service, which tells it to wait until it's at a happy state. And that's the trick. That's the trick that comes back. We have to know from a programmatic fashion, are we up to date yet? And we have to figure out what that method of detection is, right? So if I pop out of this container description, Vim, just let me out. I didn't mean to hit Q. I meant to hit :Q. So if I come down to web service here and I go to edit, where I pass the init containers. No. Golang and their ordering. Init containers are down here. Did I pass it? That's just still the giant one. Okay. Init containers. We have our certificates, which basically it makes sure that our custom CAs work. And then we have our next image, which is configure, which runs the same configuration script, very similar, I should say a very similar script to the way the registry's configure container does to populate its configuration. And then we have dependencies. What this container does is it actually contains that same wait for deps script that the task runner does. But it has one more thing where it actually goes and checks what is my current migration status. And if the code base is newer than the migrations, it won't start. Where is it? It's actually how many scripts? Now, what we end up doing here is we actually have to parse the output of what the status of the database is versus what the code base is. Obviously, that's kind of hard to do in terms of the registry. The best we could do is literally check the last line of the migrations and see if it has a timestamp. That's about the best we could do. Do you think it would make sense if there was a flag on migrate status that you could say quiet and have it return a non-zero exit code in the event that not all of your migrations are healthy?
Yeah, basically an up-to-date check, right? If it's up to date, it will return 0. Otherwise, it will return 1. Yeah, I think we can do that.
That would definitely help us having to do this. What would be useful is, in that regard, let me show you what this one does in terms of an actual operational container. Scrolling and scroll way up. So what dependencies does is it actually reaches out through the configuration and tries to talk to the database. Like it makes sure that it's actually there before it tries to just check on what the status of the migrations are. And you can see as the container started, there's no migrations, and this is what I'm expecting. And then once the database has actually been initialized, it will come up and say, oh, yep, migrations are up to date now. Meaning in terms of Rails, their migrations are timestamped, so they know that this one is after this one in an ordinal fashion. So they can actually distinctively say, well, I'm now newer than that one. We're good, right? The migrations there follow the same pattern that you're employing in the registry, which is they're forward only. So an older copy should safely be able to run, right?
The registry binary already has a version command, I believe. Under database migrate, there is a command which is version, which will tell you the current version. Yeah, give it a try.
Okay. That'll tell you what the current status is.
Yes, exactly. So perhaps we could add a flag to this command to return a non-zero status code if the current version is not the latest one. That means if there is a migration to be applied.
Right. Because the best I would be able to do is, let's see, pipe tail tech n2.
The migrate up command also has a dry run flag, and that output might be more machine friendly.
Whoops. It would help if I ran the correct $sign question mark. Okay.
Yeah, no migration, so it doesn't print anything.
Yeah, you should get a message either way. It's not saying anything. Can you just check the help message to make sure that that's the correct comment? Try run. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, that's great. I was just expecting to see a message, nothing to play or something like that.
Okay. Well, a 0 return is decent. I'm not sure I love just going, did I get any output or not? From putting the SRE hat on for a minute. Like if I try to run this in dry run, okay, well, output of blank and return code of 0 tells me everything's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the exit error code flag makes a lot of sense, but I think we can either put it on the status command or we can put it on the dry run or the up command with dry. It just depends on like what kind of output you want. If you want something, because I think the status command is more like a human is looking at this, and it's not really designed to be machine parsed. So that's kind of where I'm going with that.
Okay. So from an administrator's perspective, going, hey, tell me the status of the database migrations means something under migrate status. If I'm sending it a special flag like exit code, then that's when I would expect a 0 or a 1. And then if I don't get that, then I can inspect the individual output without the exit code, kind of like grep-q.
We might also want a specific exit code for migrations not being up to date and not, for example, just it can't connect to the database, so it returns a 1. We fail on that.
You have a fair
I guess it might
point.
not matter. So maybe like an exit code of 2 for migrations not being up to date, and an exit code of 1 for something errored, like a connection.
Because you probably return 1 now in the event that you try to run status and can't talk to the database.
Yeah, that's right.
The flag could just be pending migrations exit code, right? And you could choose your own adventure there.
I was hoping I could just like be nasty and just rip the password out and see what happens. Okay. So yeah, functionally speaking, if we could, no matter which command it is, just be able to know quickly, programmatically, without having to do the dance that we have to do over here, that would be great.
Or if it's if these commands return JSON, for example, we could JQ for an exit code of or a certain message. You know, if we're not sure about exit codes, we could check for a certain error code string.
Would it be okay to just return something like okay, not okay, just a
Yes.
string?
Okay, not okay would be fine.
But under a specific flag, if it is okay, that means migration is applied. If not okay, then there are some migrations to be applied. And in that way, we can distinguish between, we don't have to mess with the exit codes, and we won't run in any issues, for example, failing to connect to the database. And then we really don't know if that's a problem with the connection or if the database is outdated or not. So I think it would be better to return just a okay, not okay.
That works. Yeah, because then you would have a 0 for a success, and then the content report would be telling you whether or not it was or was not okay, and you'd have a 1 in the event of an actual failure to speak to the database, or dropped connection, or password invalid, or whatever.
Okay, and that would be better to be a separate command which only outputs that single line, right? Instead of adding something to the status command, like another line at the end. Because from what I understand, the problem is looking at this output and try to figure it out if there are any lines without the apply, right?
Right. So let's say that I wanted to do this right now. If I do this command up here, right. This is what I get back. And then my detection is whether or not there's anything in the field after this. So it would be tail2 head 1. This is the cheater method. I could probably do something better in awk. And then cut delimiter pipe F2. Right? There's effectively what I get. So if I do date equals, I can type today, just telling you. Right, basically this is what I end up doing is read the entire output in, and I don't know how long it's going to be or how many characters or what's going on. And I'm assuming you never change anything about this output, right? As long as that always stays correct so that you're always outputting the second field has nothing in it ever, and that's what means this is not up, then I'll know this particular container knows that there's something to still be done. You see the number of like ifs and nevers that happen there? That's where my concern comes in.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. We can add something. We'll figure out, and then we can put you on the MR for you to give a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you guys could open up an issue, like think about like what's your ideal command, what's your ideal output, and open an issue on the registry. Because I
Most
think
definitely.
that's, yeah, the only snag I can see is post deployment migrations, but that's relatively small.
That will be something we have to care about, though. So that would be running the same thing, but with,
Yeah, they always run by default. You can skip them by using the S flag.
but I don't have a way to do that when I check the status.
Right, yeah. Yeah, status was just wasn't intended for machine reading. So like we can change it, but that's where that kind of gets to be. It wasn't designed for that sort of territory.
You can have a separate check for post-deployment migration. So whatever that command is, if you pass the S flag, for example, it will give you okay, not okay, considering post-deployment migrations. If you don't use the S flag, it will just tell you okay, not okay, depending on the regular migration.
Up, D, S. DO, not OD. It's days like this. Because that's the thing is like, if I do a dry run, what does the program actually do? Like how many cycles am I wasting? Is it trying to touch the database in any way? Or just what does dry run actually do?
It will check the database status and check at the migrations that the binary knows about, and then it will match one against the other and show you the ones that are pending to be applied.
Okay, so maybe we can make this function. It's not great, but maybe we can make this function at least for now. Mitch, what's running through my head is if we can do up dash D, and then there's, we obviously have to see what the up is. When we do pre and post, as we would with the operator, you would run it when you're operating in a mode that has pre and post. You would run it with the dash S to skip, and then that status would be there. The only concern would be being certain that migrate up dry run respects that flag and only outputs those items that it would operate should the skip post deployments be active. So that's the only thing I'd have to be sure about.
I've got that code in front of me now, and it looks like at the very end there's just something. Hey, if we're not a dry run, go through and do what we talked about basically. So all of the skip post deployments, all that kind of stuff is included, dry run or not.
Okay. So in theory, at least, Mitch, what we can probably do is update what we just injected as the migration container, right? And instead have it do, bring this up. Where we have this doing migrate up, we would actually just have it do migrate up, dry run, skip post migrations, where post migrations would be basically a flag.
We'll put migrate up in the common migrations job.
Right.
Makes
if
sense.
we were to do that, because otherwise the way it effectively gets handled is if people are doing manual migration handling is they pop into the task runner container and then run database migrate, or that scripts db migrate, which as soon as they, like, let's say they have 40 pods already operational, and they can run db migrate and run just the pre-migrations, and then run db migrate and then run just the post-migrations. So we would have them do the same thing, and it would be like registry db migrate, and then they could run all the migrations or pre-migrations and then post-migrations. Because then we would just have to make sure we check the state in the dependencies container Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question to the two of you then is if it makes sense to package the registry and all of its configuration into the task runner, noting the task runner already has all of the object storage bits prepared. So that we'd be able to effectively do what I'm doing now, just come in and connect and show that everything is online and then run scripts. DB migrate, except we would of course be doing registry DB migrate. Does that command doesn't require the service to be operational at all. It effectively is like a secondary command outside of serve and everything else, correct? It would need to have the configuration file to match, and it would need to have, oh boy, we're going to relocate properties like crazy if we do that, Mitch. Fun. We would have to populate the configuration, contents, and the secret contents and just let her fly. Fun.
What do you mean by the relocating properties?
Well, for example, the registry database right now is literally under registry database. But for the task runner to know about the registry, because it's not GitLab registry or global registry configuration, it's a top level in the registry chart. And the task runner is inside of the GitLab subchart. So it doesn't know anything about the registry other than the host name for the registry.
Just thinking out loud, would it make sense to have a registry migrations job and tell it to wait until it's done until the registry chart deploys so that the greater GitLab chart doesn't have to be aware of the registry chart's properties? Does that make sense?
I do generally agree. That would then basically tell people to just shell into the registry container. I don't 100% love it, but it could work.
Yeah, because you're right. Otherwise, we'll have to start cross-pollinating those properties.
Yeah.
Unless there's a registry task runner pod too. Does registry have to be top level?
No, it doesn't have to be top level.
Could it go into a GitLab?
I mean, at this point, most definitely it could. One of the reasons it was originally top level is we were using the upstream provision, but now we're not. So we could relocate it and say 14.
Yeah. Then there's not that cross-pollination issue. You just put it under global or under GitLab, I mean.
Well, the task runner still wouldn't directly have map to it. So we would still have some issues. The registry configuration would end up in global at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only way, oh, I hate this idea. The only way to make the task runner actually know about everything would be to actually have the task runner rendered by the base chart. It's property scoping, Joao and Haley, is basically because the task runner is GitLab task runner. it doesn't know about the things above itself. So it doesn't actually know anything about .GitLab, let alone .registry, because it's entirely in a different tree. Okay, so for now, it seems like we'd actually just need a registry migrations job. Like a separate one.
And shell into the registry containers for any manual commands for now.
Yeah, at least for now, in the way things are designed. I don't love it, obviously. But that's probably our best bet. At least that gets us functional, that gets us operational with our own SRE teams, and it gets us to the point where we can do the further continuous development on this. It's the most direct path, even if it's far from what I deem ideal, whether it's ideal or not.
Yeah, that can be the first draft, and then second draft is putting the registry chart under the GitLab chart, because really it is the GitLab registry at this point. And they can share values.
To some degree, but I think we can discuss that one in the future. When it comes to pre and post migrations, that's the question that I then have for the two of you, Joel and Haley, is are we expecting to do pre and post migrations in GitLab COM production?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to start with that thought, Mitch. Is that we'll have the job which will deploy only if migrations are directly enabled. And there still has to be some kind of means for our SREs to actually go in and manually run them, which is semi-problematic, as we saw earlier. If you can't get the pod to start because it's expecting a service, it's really hard to run a command in it.
Is this where we'd have another like post migrations job that would wait until all the other resources are created and then kick off post migrations?
Well, pre and post migrations don't work from the manual step without having the operator. So that's the only place there's actually function right now, unless you go in and manually run the DB scripts. So like I'm in here, and if I come in here, and that's where I would handle the. I'm not even the right script. We actually have a specific thing that will actually trigger whether it's doing pre or post. Whereas it's a little bit different when you're doing it from other jobs. So I don't know that we'll be able to make a pre and post job. We can explore that, but we may be overstepping. But we'll have to take that one into account.
Just think about those post install Helm hooks.
Well, the problem is we don't just need posting. We'll have to play with that. Long story of history of fun of Helm, which don't work in OpenShift. So we still have to figure it out from that perspective anyways. Okay. So let's go back to the issue real quick and go through the expected outcomes to which ones we can resolve right now. So the first point is regarding the container itself and any additional dependencies that are needed for compile or function. There's no visible additional needs for compilation because it's apparently working right now. I don't know what else to tell you. Runtime dependencies for the application to properly start, and that is a functional and seeded database. So what we need to do is that dependencies in that container and doing the scripting that we need to do to figure out the current state, which I've closed it out, but we've seen essentially is read the status output, and see if the last line happens to be blank in the second field.
Yeah, regarding that, have a look at the message that I just posted here in the chat. So I think we could do something like this on the version comment, just setting an up-to-date flag, and if that is passed, we just return okay, not okay, depending if there are migrations to be applied or not. And we can also filter out post-deployment so that the job can check them separately. So check if the pre-migrations are up to date, check if both are up to date, or check if the post-deployment migrations are up to date, basically. Would that work, or at least make your life easier?
So the first one that I'm seeing here, that yes, this would simplify things. First, yes, because command pipe to tail, pipe to head, pipe to cut.
Yeah, it's not
function, but it's not ideal by far. Yeah. So the first one you have here would just check all of them, pre or post.
Yeah.
And then the second one would check only effectively pre.
Exactly.
That could work.
Would you need something to check just the post ones?
Not necessarily, because if we're at the point where we're checking post and there are migrations to be run,
it's only post. Yeah, that's it. Can only be post migrations. Okay. Yeah.
Should only be post migrations. The only other thing would be some sort of indicator on every migration that told us whether it was a pre or a post. And that would be a matter of the joy of figuring it out from an output. I mean, your program knows whether they're pre or posts. The output doesn't really tell me.
Okay. Yeah. We can add this.
At least starting with something that gives us less that we have to do. That's good enough. Because we can work with that. That's a very, very simple shell script that we don't even have to write a shell script for, because we can just pass it as one command. Right? Because, what we would do is we would run this command, and then if it was successful, check its output. And if its output was NOK, then our shell script would exit 2. Whereas if it failed to run, it would terminate the shell, which would then result in us exiting 1. So if it's all good, it exits 0 and the init container is moved down to the next one. If it's a failure of the database, it will exit 1 and we'll know. If it is a failure with the migration status, we'll know what's going on there and we can just go back into the loop. Traditionally, what we do is check it, sleep for a second or two, check it again, just in case they're actively running, right? Because it's cheaper for most pods. It's cheaper to wait and just check it a couple of times and then die than to die and cause a complete restart.
Okay, we can do this.
So I wasn't sure if anybody was picking up the random person revving the engine outside. Oh, well, that's good to know that less is coming through the mic today. Mitch knows what I'm
I hear it. It's lower than I thought it would be. It's like a bigger displacement engine I thought it would be.
I mean, I could turn up the gain on the mic and you'd probably hear it more, but I have my gain turned to like 2 of 20. Yeah. The junction to out of town is right there across the field, and people like to gun it.
Yeah, we had like a big street race bust near me. It's crazy.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to hit stop share. I think we have most of our points to walk through. I'm going to walk through the expected outcomes and go with what I can. off of this. This will feed us into what we need to actually get done in terms of the methodology. For now, we're going to put off any alterations to the task runner because, as Mitch and I pointed out, it's too broad and sweeping to make that change at this point. The chart is going to be the significant portion of things that need to get done. I don't see anything inside the container itself that needs an alteration. What we may actually do is put that db migrate script, the wait for depths and db migrate type of check. We may put matching scripts that we have into the container itself so that we can use the exact same container and just run scripts, wait for depths, and it will wait for, we can do whatever scripting we want, and it will be bound to the version of the registry that is actually inside it running, as opposed to literally injecting it through a config map. The config map injection is the cheater way of making sure that we can get something into it without actually having to rebuild the container. It works, but if you know how to do it the right way, put it in a container and save yourself time. The chart-wise niche, that's the only thing that we're going to have to futz with. The GitLab registry chart will have to possibly add a job item to Postgres somehow, or we'll have to know from the top level that Postgres needs another job, because we have to figure out the database. Basically, that's the problem. So that chart.
You mean to automatically create it?
Yes. For the PC.
We should do the same for Prefect.
We really, really should, yeah. Boy. Okay. So Joao and Haley, I appreciate your time. I believe Mitch does too. I can speak for him in this regard, to walk us through and help us figure out what was going on and what we can go for. Having you on hand versus us trying to read through the docs probably saved us over an hour. And we definitely appreciate that. From here, I think Mitch and I can take it. We'll put the entry into the issue. We'll make sure that you get followed up, and we will begin the work that we can manage from there. Mitch, you and I have a follow-up item to put on through the registry, which is to put a description in for Joao on having that migration status behavior so that we can quickly do it versus having to do the pipe jank, as I'll refer to it. So is there anything else that the two of you need from us before we proceed?
Yeah, I think we're in a good position to start working on this.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for your time. Mitch, please stick around.
Sure. Thank you both. Okay.
So now let's figure out the hardest problem on it. If we can automate the creation of the registry user and how we do that. So I'm going to pull the registry values out of the way. I don't need its helper file. Actually, I don't need that or that or that or that or that or that. Okay. So I need to go to.
You need to share too.
Here we are. Yeah, you're right. Just one. Okay. Yep. Share. And then I'll just make sure I don't put any Chrome windows over here. So in here we have PostgreSQL username GitLab. We have it set. I don't know that it actually does a whole lot. What we do here is we add an extra custom init scripts, extra volumes, custom init scripts. This is where it goes.
Oh yeah, that chart automatically creates users if you pass them in, huh?
Trying to remember what we deal with. Okay. So where did this come from? This came from our chart. So this might be something that's actually fairly easy for us to get to. Templates. DB config map. This is where we go and create the extensions if they're not ready as a part of our own system. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think that Postgres chart has an init script baked in that will automatically create the username and database that you hand to it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way to create
Not
more
from
than
us.
one.
Yeah.
Stop share for a second.
Here's their chart, GitHub.
Yeah, I'm just looking on Artifact Hub versus GitHub. That's the only difference. Really, we just need to figure out how to get it to create an extra database.
can pass a dictionary of initdb scripts.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see an example of what that actually does.
In order to execute the scripts, they must be located inside the chart folder files/docker entry point initdb.d.
Right, which is where we put the init revision.sh that we make.
So I guess we can just put shell or SQL scripts in there and it'll execute them.
Let's check that. I'm going to move that Chrome window out of the way. Share the screen again. Okay, so when I say let's check that, means let's go stick our nose in a container.
I don't think it's shared. I don't see anything.
Oh, the heck. Share that. Share. Okay. So there's pre-initdb and then there's initdb. So I think we would end up just adding something else in here that would then do that. The
I
trick
don't
is
even
that
see pre-init.
there's- Right, pre-init versus initdb.
Yeah, it's not documented, at least not on this page, but
So we're actually in initdb, not pre-initdb.
looks like it put it.
Oh no, I
in both.
see. I see what happened is we ended up having init revision specifically placed into pre-initdb, but it's mounting the entirety of the secret there. Oh, we're overriding. That's why. So you see this initdb scripts config map,
Bogus.
right? It's bogus because we're actually overriding that. So there is a somewhere. Okay, we're going to check helpers because it's where it belongs.
Template/initdb config map. Also template/helpers, yeah.
Yeah, the initdb config map is this.
Mhm.
And then we have the PostgreSQL initdb script CM. We actually override that template and then insert our initdb scripts. So we need to find this guy.
Right above. It's just, yeah, it's giving config map name,
Yeah, and then we
which is
just,
that, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, you basically, we inject a config map name and then this is our config map.
So we could add one here for prefect too.
So somewhat. We still don't have their secrets mounted.
Yeah. To tell it the password.
Right. So then what we actually need to do is, here comes the flicker. Off goes the flicker. So this consumes container. Here we are. And let's say we're looking at 12 scripts, PostgreSQL, entry points. Okay, look at setup. Custom init scripts. So we have PostgreSQL custom pre-init scripts and custom init scripts. And we are jacking into custom init scripts.
Yeah, our mount path is pre-init. Interesting.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Charts. PostgreSQL templates. Config map is not what we need to mess with. Nope. Okay, stateful set. Volumes. Okay, if we provide a PostgreSQL config, do that. Extended config, do that. Password, custom init scripts. So we can pass secrets in. Sort of. That's actually a problem because that's literally just a block secret. Yuck.
Only one.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You either have it as a config map or as a secret. So according to their docs, secret with initdb scripts that contain sensitive information can be used with config map or initdb scripts. Value is evaluated as a template. Okay. So we'll go up into their helpers. initdb scripts secret. Oh, I just love TPL. That's not how you. Mm-mm. Say, what can we do with this, if anything?
So we would need the shared secrets job to create a secret that has multiple users defined in there, right? And then I guess it's smart enough to read. I don't know.
So this is where the jank starts to come into play,
Mhm.
right? And I mean, we're looking at this from the perspective of both prefect and registry, because template values and it to be secret printf. Okay. But the stateful set itself literally is secret name.
Now, do we necessarily have to do this within the Postgres chart? Couldn't we have our own job or init container just go create users with a connection to Postgres? Just execute a SQL script.
So the only trick is that like Task Runner doesn't have the Postgres user password. It doesn't get it because it doesn't need it. It doesn't need super user. And I don't think GitLab has the ability to create in our chart on our Postgres. I don't believe that it has the ability to do that. But let's find out. Yeah. So we need it to be operated on the Postgres. Like that's half the problem with Perfect is that you have to pop into the database, then go create the thing, and then right? And truth be told, you would run into this problem if you were using external databases. You'd have to go create these users ahead of time.
Yeah. We're basically just making it a nicety.
Yeah. So
I see an issue where they suggested this and it got closed. You can send the
Oh.
issue link.
in their container,
I guess it's on their chart.
oh, that's PostgreSQL HA.
Oh, got it. Yeah, they just point to their init DB alternative. So we just need a way to get the secrets in there. So we would just need a secret with multiple users' passwords in it,
Yeah.
and then have a bash script that creates them using the secrets from those paths. Maybe we can just use extra volumes.
That would get us that, at least for the initDB. So this is something we could technically manage to do. It's not pretty.
Hmm.
So the
I mean, it
biggest
could
trick
remain a
is, like,
manual
there are
step.
people here that are saying, like, I want to be able to update the passwords on users by just changing the config and letting it bounce.
Hmm.
That's not my immediate concern, because technically the initDB should be what's needed. So let's finish walking through the process of what actually happens. Mi root, ensure the user exists. Create that for the daemon. My root, change my read write, pre-init, pre-initialization scripts. What does this do? And then initialize, and then custom init scripts. Allow running custom initialization scripts. So at least in theory, we'll have to find out exactly when this fires and when this fires. It looks like init fires after the database is up, considering that enable extensions happens in the initDB. We have PG password. Yeah, we're basically running a command here that goes and enable extensions. So theoretically, we can do the exact same thing. There is a hiccup. So the way this is configured, we go back to values. We say use password file true, and then we do existing secret bogus. The reason we do this is the same thing. We override this secret. So we go to our templates and we go to PostgreSQL secret name. We turn around and call ours, which turns around and pulls the PostgreSQL password. There's one secret, right? So effectively what we would need to do is lots. I need to clean this up. Come on, Candace. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right, so if we go in here, we have PostgreSQL password, PostgreSQL, Postgres password, right? We would effectively have to have more of these. One for everybody. And then we would deal with like whose naming is what and recreate the database. If we just create the extra database as the user, so go ahead and copy this. See, paste. And then we'd of course have to have the Postgres password. So that we're using the same username and password and we just created the extra databases. That could do it. Right, that's where we could have, like registry.database.name. Can you do create database that don't exist? PG11 create database. See if that gives me anything better. Looking at the Postgres docs, looking at 11. Nope.
This will have to be 12, right?
Right, but prefect doesn't require 12.
Oh,
So
you're just thinking for
I'm
prefect right
thinking
now. Yeah.
from a more perspective of, will this work for more than one thing right now? That's all. Like instead of enable extensions, we said, create additional DB. Now the initdb should, in theory, only fire if there's no data on the disk. There is no way to do if not exist or anything like that on the database. Effectively, what you have to do is if you want to make sure it doesn't exist, you go, hey, does this database exist?
Yeah, this one says drop database if exists, and then create database. This is the workaround.
Create database if not exist. The workaround is drop database and then create.
Yep. If you don't care about the data.
That's not a workaround. That's it's only dev.
It's weird that other things can work with if exists, if not exists, but not this one. But yeah, I guess try to select the database, and if you can't, then create one. Not pretty.
Yeah. Now, what we need to go double check are the names of these. Values to make sure they're the right ones in the container. They renamed them once in the past, and we're like, oh, yay, this is fun. Where are you? There you are. I'm like, too many windows. Okay. Doop-a-doop. Env. Okay. Ah. Tags. Oh, look, they're packaging 13. New enough. Nope. Let's figure out where. There we are. Postgres password, Postgres password.
What's the difference there?
So this is the PostgreSQL Postgres password is the actual Postgres user password, aka the super user password. And then this is the PostgreSQL user password. So there's a PostgreSQL Postgres user name, username. That's the one that the Postgres password goes to Postgres username, but Postgres password goes to Postgres username, which is Postgres.
So Postgres username is GitLab. Is that right?
Yes.
So it's the user supplied one that will get generated. Okay.
Yeah. So if I go pods E here, and we go running down the environment, you'll see Postgres user is GitLab. And then we say
Got
the
it.
password
Thank you.
file is here, and then it loads those contents from there.
Cool. Got it.
So you can see your Postgres. And that's where we, yeah, I know. That's where it loads
Naming
in
is hard.
the Postgres QL environment variable to pull out the username, Postgres passwords, file contents. That's where that is.
Cool.
That's not confusing at all. See, that's how we override right there. Okay, so closing this, back over here, getting the zoom toolbar out of the way when it stops moving around. Going back into Postgres, and we come to the stateful set again. We go up into the env. This version EME is here. That's metrics. There you go. Extra volume mounts is here. So what we would do is use extra volume mounts and have it mount the secret. This does not render us a template though, so our secrets then are statically named, which is problematic.
Like we can't include the release name in them.
Correct.
Yeah. So we'd have to make it a template.
Which we can't do.
Yeah, because it's too YAML.
So like we can't just inject extra. We can't just inject extra secrets separately. We actually have to add them to the existing secret.
Yeah.
The env.
Which is not a big deal, I guess.
Here's extra environment variables from config map. They do not have a methodology from loading extra environment variables from any secrets, which is okay. So we then have to look at the only thing we have available to us, which is inside the volume mounts. So these passwords are here. So we're looking for Postgres QL password volume. We've done the volumes. Postgres QL password. It just blatantly mounts the entire secret. So the plus side is you can mount a secret, but you have to have all the passwords present.
Yep.
So we could probably figure something out in here where we would you feel free to interject at any time.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to have that one secret and have keys for each user we want to create. and then in this loop, just lock them all behind if block, like if prefect enabled, create the user. If registry database enabled, create the user, and do the same thing in the shared secrets. When you're creating that PostgreSQL password secret, I guess we'll have to do new lines or something and condition those new lines on if prefect enabled and an if registry database enabled. This would just be a quality of life improvement though, right? Like today we have to manually create the prefect database, so.
Yeah. And the thing is, nobody would get it from upgrade. Remember that. Nobody would get it from upgrade. They would get it on a major upgrade when you go from 11 to 12, but they would not get it on an upgrade of just the chart. If they've already installed and they want to turn this on, they have to go manually create either the user and the database or just the database and use the same, that kind of thing.
True,
So-
because it's a one-shot deal.
So the question becomes, should we have more databases under the GitLab user?
As opposed to more databases under separate users.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a separation of duties thing, I guess, right? Mostly semantics, partially security.
Mm-hmm. We still need to fix this. Okay, so if I go
Didn't even
into
know that was there.
charts, prefect, values. Okay. Fig map. Okay, let's go figure out where this is defined.
The search bar in VS Code is pretty helpful too. On the left-hand side.
Oh, it's in a root template.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so that's where we actually set the default. And because these are root templates, in theory, we can add them into the initdb.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
So we could do create prefect and then do this for that. We would obviously have to change which file we pull.
Yep.
We would have static names because we know where we're bouncing, what the name of that password is. But then, so we'll have to update shared secrets to generate the passwords. And it should, in theory, generate the passwords one way or another. because otherwise this script will fail until you populate the extra value.
I was just thinking, since we're in a template right now, we could just conditionally include create prefect.sh if prefect enabled.
There's a way. So we were just looking at it in the stateful set. The extra n from CM and from config map ref. That would allow us to populate more values. So we could no, that's not great.
But that config map is ours, right? So we can just write in there if.values.prefect.enabled.
Oh, this one here. Yeah, we can do
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
I was more thinking like, what will the password key possibly be? And the good news is we technically already know that. So the Postgres password at the file always currently ends up in PostgreSQL password volumes. So where does that get mounted? The right one? That's the right one. It ends up in here. So we know where that path always ends up. So we would do there's a shell function for that. I can't remember the name of it. Where you get the path off of the name. So we would do the same thing. We would select the path off of the Postgres password file, yank that off, and then populate that value plus the name of the key for the prefect.
Secret password. You thinking of base name?
It would normally be pSQL password secret key.
Mm-hmm.
But in this particular case, the key, we would populate this because whatever that value is whatever the value is, it is in the file system. So
Yeah,
in theory,
sense.
we can do this. It's mildly annoying because then the registry's controller templates for password and etc. end up here instead of up there. But I don't think we really have another option. The good news is that actually gives us the ability, gives us the ability to set that value here. We don't have to try and relocate anything in the test runner or its properties or the registry to a different location. That allows us to address it somewhat. It's not perfect, but it'll work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's somewhat explored. We can use initdb config map because of the order of operations involved to create additional users. We can't use that to update users, and we can't use that to create databases because there's nothing we can do about it. But it would make initial setup and testing for those people doing so much easier.
It's true. It's at least a one-time thing either way, but would definitely be good to have since the rest of it's automated.
Yeah. And what I would probably do is have it create them anyways, like have shared secrets generate the passwords one way or another, so that when it came on, it'll happen. The way shared secrets works, it checks if the secret already exists. It doesn't actually check if the key exists in the secret. There's
Yeah, and it wouldn't hurt to
item
have
make
extra
that better.
keys. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to have the extra keys even if they're not being used.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, what is prefix default? Literally named secret. Okay. Okay. So we could, in theory, is the point, make what we need to do happen. Should be entertaining. So what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Do we take that script name and mount it specifically somewhere? Because if we do, we'd also want to block that in.
No, this one doesn't, because we're overriding the initdb. The init revision is only there for the sake of the pre-initdb, and that's the one that we add the extra volume out for.
Cool. Yep. So this way that script would never get loaded into that snap in directory and would never execute.
Right. And yes, in this particular case, I am quite intentionally leaving blank lines.
Yeah.
So what we would end up needing to do is load as that one, go and connect to that database, and then create the other database. So this is global effect. Actually, I wouldn't even use that. I would just template it right in, wouldn't I?
Yep. And then we'll have to create the role as well and set the password.
Okay. I was thinking something sideways. So we'll actually want this one. Because we'll need to use the appropriate username. Yep. we would do this, and we would create the user and then set the password and then create the database as that user. Or technically we could be saner than that. And then we could do it as Postgres to create the user and then create the database and then alter the database to owned by the user. Actually, we can just do owner.
Yep. Just unfortunately, we'll still need those secrets mounted to set the password, but we do everything else as root. Oh, create database with user. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Give me this.
Create role, I think, with login. Create role name with login.
Yeah. And then what do we need it to do? Because then we can just create the database for it and let it go. Because that's all we need, isn't it?
We have to set the password for that role.
Yeah, right. Like I'm sitting there going, wait, how is there not a password?
Yeah.
It is there.
Set the syntax.
With option,
Cool.
where option can be any of these things.
Awesome.
So with login, so in theory, you can do with password or password null. Password. Set the role's password. It's only used for roles having a login attribute, but you can nonetheless define one for roles without it. Specifying empty string will also set the password null, but that is not the case before Postgres 10. The encrypted keyword has no effect, but is accepted for backwards compatibility. So yeah.
Interesting. There's a create user command line tool with just normal flags.
Okay.
Interesting. This is old though. Let me go to 12. Yeah. Can send you this. I don't know if it's necessarily any easier, but it might read more nicely. Assuming these commands are in that container.
Well, we also have to consider that these need to exist at 11.
Oh yeah, I should have clicked 11.
So create user. Okay, so let's see if they are in that container. Yes. So we would do export it.
Yeah.
Let's not drive ourselves nuts. So we can skip this because we're going to create it. And then we can do this out of the way. Create user. New Postgres. TACD. TACR. Oh, it doesn't need to create new roles. Never mind. Doesn't need super user.
I'm not sure if the password flag is interactive, is non-interactive. It seems to be a prompt.
B-SQL.h, invalid argument. Try help. Help. I don't know who you are. Go away. Definitely fun. So it doesn't need to create roles. Doesn't need to create super users. We do this way. It's not a super user. It doesn't need roles and it doesn't need databases. PW prompt. Assign a password to new role. Yeah, you know what? I think I kind of like the other one.
Yeah, I think it's only interactive. I just put it in chat. You can just, yeah, exactly what you said. Create user, password, and type it in. It's probably better.
What? Role. And that's the only question is how do we get the environment variable in there?
You see, yeah, because you're gonna have to cat it out.
Right. Now, how do I get it into the query?
Yeah, I guess PG password is gonna have to be cat,
Sure.
the template.
There. We're running it from shell, so I'll just interpolate.
Perfect.
So there's that. In theory, that should work. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
I moved over to my desk and I think I lost your screen share.
Oh, I turned my screen share off when you got disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, seems like that would work. Just throw in the secret and create role with login password, create database. With owner. That should do it.
So I'm going to copy and paste this for prefect. You know what? I'm going to take prefect out for now. Poof. Go Alt FS. All those templates aren't going to render because they don't exist yet.
Yep.
Registry. Right. Okay, so I'm going to grab these. These. Do we still have that up? No. Nope, I'm not even in the right tree. Go to the right tree, Jason. because that's what they actually have in their config here.
Won't be under global though, will it?
No, I'm going to take the global out in a second.
Okay.
I need that one there. So this one's going poof. And database secret is no longer that. It's the same old. What do we call that secret? Literally, that's it right there. So we get that from I know it's in front of me and I'm just missing it. There we go. There we go. That should cover everything we need now. Bring those into alignment. Come over here. Did I like make them insanely hard to read? P-SQL password key. Okay.
I think there was one more global registry at the end there.
Yep. Base user, password secret. Okay. Here. And then we do. Does that spit that out? Quoted. Yes, it does. Don't like quoting the thing. Yeah. Technically, it should work.
I would think so, yeah.
There's that. User, database, password key, database. Yep, just database gets DB name and user gets database user. See what happens. Gotta remember to save the file. Don't. Oh, because I don't actually have that specified in the registry's own values file.
You'd think that would trigger the default, but hey.
Oh, because I have these in as GitLab registry instead of registry dot. Yep. That one's got a GitLab in front of it. So we're just going to go like this. The paste, paste, paste.
Since registry is top level, would we want it to have GitLab before it?
For now, I'm just going to put them in there.
Yeah.
This is not perfect.
Just-
It's not supposed to be perfect. We're proving a few
Yeah.
things out.
Just curious.
Since it's not normally top level, we wouldn't. We do already have several in there that are. Okay, so let's see here. PostgreSQL templates. No. GitLab templates. Init. Get the dir name off of that. Export PG password and then export user password. I guess I don't actually need to export. I can just do it that way and it would. This is safe. It looks right.
You don't need a semicolon at the very end of that chained command, do you?
Nope.
Is it just to split up commands?
Yes, it's a split up command. I do need this though. I need to continue the string to a new line or it's gonna get weird. Did it again.
Did we create the secret in shared secrets? Update the Postgres secret? Muted.
When in doubt, cheat, just copy paste. We'll have to put that into the net behaviors and all this stuff.
Where does that come from in the first place? You're muted. Hmm.
This is something that happened at like 9 or 10. This happened in their container, and they started going, and if you had something with underscore file in it, they would go through and export the content of the file that you requested and then gank the original by unsetting it. So we have this in place in the event that we're not in that version that now has the read the file in and then unset the original.
Very interesting pattern.
It's not wrong. It's just like, oh, that's right. That's not going to exist there. I almost forgot. The good news is we know that this path is always where it's going to be.
Yeah. Until it's not.
So basically I go like this. Take the quote off of that end of it. Take the quote off of that end of it.
Rough. First try. The owner is GitLab on these. I guess create with owner didn't do what we wanted it to. Or the registry container is still logging in with the GitLab user and not the registry user. It's going to be GitLab.registry, right? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Still muted.
This here will actually need slightly readjusted because this is the secret generator. So if we go to the helpers, we'll need this. There we go. I didn't need to alter that one. I needed to alter this one.
Is that the key we're expecting?
Yeah.
Below database underscore password. Oh, key path. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Because one's at the upper level and one's at the lower level. So what we have here is actually not sufficient. Because I have it in the values file.
Yeah, it
So
is
I
the
can take it out
default.
of the default here. Go back to the config map. I don't need the default at all, and I just do that. Nothing like consistency.
Are you going to have to recreate the database though? Since now there's the table already exists with the wrong owner.
No. Nope. It'll just connect with the other user. We'll find
I
out.
was going to try to connect as the registry user. Yeah.
Registry database user and help, because you can't do that. Right. Scoping, baby.
Mm-hmm. Username. Yeah.
We should really make that user name. Really, I don't even need that because it'll always be there. Come back to it later. Clean it up. My head hurts already. Where am I? I can't use this because that'll blow up in the same fashion. Because again, it's not there. Oh, I'm just going to set the values. This is why you don't try and do this all in one shot while your head's still brained. Open editors. InitDB. You became user name. Name. So is it initializing or what?
Is it stuck on a secret?
Did I get the password name wrong? It's right there.
Did it complain about dash secret or dash password? I can't remember.
Oops. That's not what I wanted.
That looks right.
Because it's somehow double quoted.
Oh,
Because we quoted the quote. The quote. I really don't know why the secret name was quoted. Did we cut and release 4.9?
I don't know.
Because there's an issue here that's saying that the task runner v 13.9.0 image is not available.
I see a 490 tag. Is that how I would check?
Okay, somebody's just a derp. So 49 stable exists. Get tag. Grep. That's great that you went into it. Why?
It's not even telling you.
Like it failed. Okay. Containers, registry. Restart account. Waiting. So that never happened. Migrations terminated with an error.
It's just not giving us logs. I mean, if before it created that schema as the GitLab user, then the registry user wouldn't be able to connect to that, right? Yeah, permission denied.
Okay. Boom. Away it goes again. Yeah, there's an issue raised at 11:53. A bunch of 4.9 stable images not available. from random Chinese user. Ziyu Chen at CHZ8494.
They must have checked out the repo and tried to deploy it.
Yeah, I have no doubt there's something on 4.9 and it's got tagged images now on this, but it's not actually released
Hmm.
the images themselves. Also, we haven't actually released 490 tarball,
Hmm.
which makes me wonder if some of the fixes that were supposed to be in this release are actually in. Okay, so those are in now. And it's up.
No manual intervention. Look at that. Sweet. Could do the same thing for Prefect.
Hopefully with less pain in the head.
Yep.
Because I really don't want to like move half of PostgreSQL to global. Just don't.
Hmm.
Or registry to global just for Postgres.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it works. Can I hit stop? Share. Okay, this recording is now like 4.5 hours long. So I'm gonna let that stop and we can go from here. We know we proved out we can automate the database without actually having to touch Task Runner. Task Runner is needed in order to be able to have the registry commands operate inside of it. That's a no-go for now. So we can make it and then they can run the individual commands from one of the registry containers. Not loving it, but it's better than absolutely nothing, and it's the least impactful change right now. Okay, that branch is an utter mess.
Yeah.
So we'll go from this. I'll take what I have. I will make it into a proper branch and push it up and then immediately stop the pipelines. And then we can play with it from there for the various components. We use it as a source tree and then destroy it when we're done.
Sounds good.
All right. I'm going to get over to maintainer duty for the last hour of my day and hope Fridays go fast. So thanks for hanging out, double checking
Sure.
me as I worked and thinking through a couple things that didn't cross my mind.
Sure. Anytime. See ya.